the adventure of the runaway room. What do you say we get into it, chat? You expect an impeccable 19th century British accent, obviously. Well, I'm not sure I can do impeccable, but I can do moderately peccable. How's that sound?
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain...
Which still suggests that we're in the 19th century, not the 20th.
A murder in a carriage, as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Of course.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play
Hey,
together.
what was the previous case to you, Herlock? God damn it. Now, look at how pretty the cutscene is.
Amazing. Is this really?
It's
just
St.
a
St.
railway
Pancras.
station?
It's St. Pancras, y'all.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
I've been here. It's
This
pretty.
country is incredible.
It's so pretty.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Right.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you
Isn't
wouldn't
it,
mind.
Reed? We're gonna talk about it in a moment.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
And it's so
And welcome to the
So
center of
shiny.
the world.
St.
Great
Paul's.
Britain's
Ignore the Eiffel Tower there, it's unimportant. Ignore the Eiffel Tower. Oh, we'll get to the uncomfortable racism. Don't worry. We're working that. Chat? I said ignore it. We'll get there. First thing, before we continue, we got a lot to talk about. Because, yes, we have the most steampunk Supreme Court. Well, technically this is just the Lord Chief Justice's office. Inside, well, they said Whitehall, but given the giant clock, I think we're actually probably in Westminster. Just a thought. Just a thought. Anyway, naturally, the version of London that we just saw is pretty much the steampunk glorified popular imagination of London in the cool period known as the Victorian era, when all the progress and the science and the stuff was happening. London in 1890-ish, circa 1900, is all getting better. It's not as bad as it was 50 years ago. But it's still pretty bad. As it turns out, there is animal manure, especially horse manure, everywhere. The roads are primarily made of dirt, or clay, and so when it rains, given that it's London, is literally all the time, will cause mud splatters everywhere. There are massive homeless problems, child labor, mass amounts of smog due to all the coal burning, and the water in the Thames is borderline undrinkable. Now, it is getting better, right? The congestion problems of all the horse-drawn carriages are getting better because the tube is expanding rapidly. The smog is getting worse because it can. The smell issues are getting better because the sewer system has been in operation for about 40 to 50 years at this point. And the child labor issues are getting a little bit better because the late 1800s are when we start seeing, thanks to activism by folks like Dickens, Lewis Sinclair, some of those folks are starting to get actual protections in place to prevent the exploitation of children working as chimney sweeps, miners, errand boys, factory workers, etc. So, it is better than it was in 1850. But London in 1890 is still pretty garbage, and the city is just filthy with soot. Ha! Lizard, welcome. We just saw the lovely cutscene of the bright, sparkly capital of the Great British Empire, London, according to Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And we're talking, it was a clear and sunny day with St. Paul's and the Eiffel Tower visible from King's Cross. And we're like, maybe just a moment here. But I mean, this is intentional, right? We've got to be very clear. This is intentional, because visually, London then looks the way people talk about London in the game, right? The point is that London needs to, on the surface, be every bit as impressive as everyone in Tokyo is saying London is. And so we get Steampunk Lord Chief Justice Office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. Kosek, I don't actually have an uptime command. It's been 16 minutes. No, so instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. You are correct. Diversity in Victorian London is, of course, actually really high. Largely from the colonies, right? There's the European tradition, and then, or lots of European visitors, and then a lot of people coming in from colonies. Not always totally voluntarily, but sometimes. So, particularly in this case, I would think you want Indian would be probably the most widespread group, but you're having people from all over the world easily. We'll see a little bit. I don't think the game is abysmal at it, but you are correct that pretty much their imagined England or their imagined London is also a whitewashed London. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Well, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? Don't worry, Reed. Don't worry, we'll get there. And Raptorus, with the Prime 12 months of Prime sub, full year, let's go. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. This man looks like he's about to chase down a gazelle. You're not wrong. Yes. There is much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then, the moment of truth. Alright. Lizard helpfully points out, speaking of South Asian people in London in the 1880s and 1890s, and also being lawyers, that there is a person named Cornelia Sorabji, who were Parsis, living in colonial India, and she trained and became a relatively successful law student studying in Oxford, graduating around 1890. So, she probably went to London at least sometimes, but you know, he's relevant. You don't trust this man? Chat. What would ever give you the suspicion that someone who is 6'7" and wears an olive green coat at all times is untrustworthy? The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Wait till y'all meet the prosecution lawyer. That man do be evil. Aww. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome. I am so excited for people to meet Barok. Oh, I am so excited. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. A spicy take. Ooh, alright. Big spicy take coming in. So, the spicy take here is that obviously the non-spicy part of this take is that this game is pretty well following Sherlock Holmes's those stories' perception of Victorian Britain. Right, which is to say, broadly, at least middle class or higher, and the homeless and the orphans are harmless urchins that serve as an information network, not people living in abject desperation who are killing each other over scraps of food. That Lizard, I strongly disagree. Right, in that the mud is all completely ancillary, right? Yes, Sherlock Holmes has an almost complete understanding of the mud of London streets, but child labor, right? To use a good example, the adventure of the man with the twisted lip is, right, the main twist in that is, of course, that the person is disguising themselves as a beggar in a city full of beggars. But this is treated as a quirk, right? A interesting twist, not a harsh reality for far too many people, right? If you compare Conan Doyle to Dickens, they're completely different cities, being described in very different ways. And so, relative to the realities of Victorian London, Sherlock Holmes is incredibly sanitized. The spicy take is why this is doing it. Sherlock Holmes stories are perpetually, right, their publication always pretends to be 15... In an audiovisual medium, Lizard, like a game, that's not necessarily a meaningful difference. And I am, of course, speaking of the realities of people's lived lives. And we'll see lots of filthy London, right? This first glamour is going to fall away in Case 4. So, don't worry. I know what I'm talking about. The point is, right, Sherlock Holmes stories are always 15 years, or published in imaginary 15 years after the events took place. Even though they're all fake, right? Even though all the stories are fictional, there's often years assigned to them. And so, the adventure of the Speckled Band, like we saw last time, was published in the 1890s. Supposedly took place in, actually, I think I'm wrong on that. I think Speckled Band is early 1900s. Let me check that. Well, the Speckled Band it published in 1892. So it takes place, and it claims it starts in 1883. So it's about 10 years old. Now the thing is, we know pretty clearly from, actually, of all things, the radio, exactly how long a nostalgia cycle is. So when I say nostalgia cycle, what I actually mean is basically how long it takes for the details and all the crappy stuff to kind of fall away, be forgotten, and then you remember, like, the best and brightest and most interesting of the period. It's about 10 to 15 years. Right? So how many people, right, are like, oh yeah, right, the playlist that you play at events is all music that's about 15 years old, because that's what we remember fondly. Right? So, mid-2000s having a bit of 90s nostalgia. Early 2010s really having 90s nostalgia. Music from like 05, 06 showing up in playlists again today. All that stuff. It's pretty much the exact same amount of time. And so my spicy take is that this is one of the core ideas of the Sherlock Holmes stories, is that they are always just far enough after the events that they purport to talk about, that they can just forget about all the unpleasantness, and can really go through a big project of both literal, and I will stand by this, extremely literal and metaphorical sanitization. And that this game is just reflecting that. This game is obviously translating it into a very steampunk audio-visual medium instead of a pure textual one, but is ultimately recognizing and, we'll see, commenting on this exact phenomenon. Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Osogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Lizard, continue it in the Discord. I have read all of the stories pretty recently. Trust me. The thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this to this man. Right? And that is not a statement to say that the Sherlock Holmes stories make London seem particularly clean. It is just that the reality on the ground is that London is so filthy in the 1880s that pretty much anything is going to be just on the border of what is recognizable. Right? You can't go too clean because then people are like, wait, this isn't London. But London in the 1880s is so filthy that the home stories end up being grimy as an aesthetic rather than grimy as an actuality. You understand? You see how those are two different things? Right, so mud shows up all over the place and dirt stains are everywhere, but they are mentioned insofar as it gives Holmes something to do, more than a statement of, wow, the city reeks, right? The city never reeks in Holmes stories. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you also must complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to send me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Alright, time for a nitpick. Thank you, this dude. I don't actually think there's a ton to nitpick in this scene. Obviously his outfit is extravagant, but that's okay. Yeah, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, I could ask, what sort of trial is it, Mr. Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'll be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? We'll get to the nitpick list, dude. It may just take me a moment. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. Step 1, don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Osogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work, if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. No? I mean, I'm pretty sure even in Victorian London, they still had that if you literally do show up, you can't be ruled in absentia. If the defendant doesn't show up, then that's a different story. But I'm pretty sure in this case, this is just wrong. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. Alright, nitpick time. So, my nitpick is that, well, this is not an anachronism, it is a hurts my soul. And that is the amount of sunlight coming through how clean this glass is. Sure is weird. And weird in not a good way. The Old Bailey. So, the reason why I say this is in not a good way is that, firstly, the glass this high up should probably be stained with soot from all the factories. So it's probably pretty dim. But the second thing here is that if it is actually this clean, this is real bad for the rug, and this is real bad for the books on the shelves, and it hurts my library science degree soul to have them exposed to that much light all of the time. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright, but what if... Mr. Zato, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it's better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. But, look at all the things. Look at Big Ben. And the suits of armor. At that, bap. Thank you. Fine. Then I guess we will move. I want his library, though. I very much want his library. Steal the swords? If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. So yeah, they're probably taking, well, probably a dog cart, to be honest. But they may actually go take a hansom cab in this period. Though, I believe they could have actually taken the tube. Where the map of London actually fits together in this game is questionable, but certainly from where they will end up, they actually will be able to take the tube to most places they're going to, which is very funny. Library has at least 3 decades before it has little chance of surviving. I wouldn't be so sure on that. Niram, I would not be so sure on that. I'd give it half that time. Tops. Because these aren't that isn't modern paper, nor is it modern bookbinding. One of that paper is probably pretty crap and is going to deteriorate rapidly in UV light. Perhaps on the order of... couple of years? I mean, right, the library is going to deteriorate before World War I for completely different reasons. Also, we're around 1900, so we're like, you know... there isn't a lot of fighting in World War I in London, so that's not a problem. But you're right, but if it were around 1900, we've got about 38 years until things really go bad. The glass is infused with anime resolve. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when I climbed aboard? No, don't. Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Action stories, and it worked quite perfectly. You just spent so much money on this cab ride. Susato, do you even know how much money you just spent on a fucking cab ride? Holy shit. Now, that being said, right, officially speaking, guineas are no longer actually in use, so officially speaking, that's actually just a pound. But still, that's okay. Sorry, a pound and a bit. It's 21 shillings, where a pound is 20, so it's just over 1 quid. But yeah, they are suggesting here that they're still using gold guinea coins. This is probably not true, but whatever. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? You look at those expressionless faces. From the east, are you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say not now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout, but 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly extend such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me now and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Luster and blazes, do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see? I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? She's called Mid-Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. This man's throwing around that much money and he's on trial with the death penalty involved? That's the most unrealistic part of this so far. Honestly, yeah. I mean, also, we're just pretending the anti-Irish racism in the 1890s just, like, doesn't exist. We're also pretending that a little bit. It's, you know, the 19th century was definitely a great time to be Irish in the British Empire. Totally. Nothing bad happened at all. There wasn't an English exacerbated famine in the 1840s. No, not even slightly. There weren't riots in the 1880s, clamoring for Irish independence at all. No. Not a single person with a pipe either. Nope, not one. Not even slightly. Meanwhile, this man is throwing around enough money that he would definitely be getting investigated by literally everyone all the time. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they're the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath? Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This charger of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. That was not... Sorry, I'm so sorry for that accent. Well? Well... I mean, Nero, you did just say it. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all that money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion that you're guilty of the charges. Well, you call a spade into spades in the East, so you do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so... Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. Ace of Spades with 2 gifted community subs. Hello, my friend. You did hear Spades. Welcome. Welcome. Don't tell anyone that I'm trying to do an Irish accent. Please. I don't care if it's immortalized on the internet. I'm terribly sorry. I can't say that I blame you for thinking it, fella. It is a little strange, to be honest, why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper, the Bailey, Lord Barok van Zieks. He's the prosecutor. Yeah, that went nowhere. That accent went all over the place. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barok van Zieks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you show your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now. Please. I literally know nothing about this case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Just normal for prosecutors are supposed to straight up die. Now, the defense attorneys don't die. It's just the defendants. Come on. Mr. Naruto. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're alive at the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Is the old boy Willy Wonka? Is Irish Willy Wonka? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Welcome. Good to see you. God, I love everything about Mid-Gilded. He's such a strong intro to... Right, for tutorial part 3, he is such a strong choice. Because it really sets the flavor. Hello. I'll be right there. Now, chat, I've got terrible news for you. This game has a jury. I am so sorry in advance for whatever bizarre noises my attempts at voice acting do. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Oh, absolutely, you gotta judge the courtroom. The courtroom is a mess. Look at this shit. 18th February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. All before we went all this oil around? So, this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries in history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look right to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But the answer of the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. We are in 18 9 question mark? Right, we are, okay. Look, chat, next, at some point, probably next case, we're going to talk about what fucking year this takes place in, because we have a lot of evidence that says I have no bloody clue. So, we can solely say that Dracula has already been released, and this dude is absolutely a vampire. Because Dracula releases in 1892, and there are vampires floating around for like 15 years beforehand with like Carmilla and stuff, so, you know. It's gonna be good. Those eyes please me. Nip knees. Yeah? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. That's true, that's true. Dracula himself is actually mustachioed, but this game released in 2013 and also 2021, so, you know. We're looking far more Hollywood Dracula than Bram Stoker's Dracula. So, you know. Oh yes, also, he's racist as shit. So this is just warning anti-Japanese racism for like the rest of the game. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Look, chat, I promise you will love him. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. Mid-Gilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not a British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? Yes, it is a requirement to love him. What is a defendant? A miserable little pile of testimony, with enough cross-examination. Objection! Prosecutor Van Zieks. It is actually extremely well justified. And he gets better. No, I do not blame Barok van Zieks for his trauma. It is not his fault. Also, reminder, the archipelago of Japan has more geographic area than Great Britain does. Just remember that. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the Great British Empire proud. Listen to Miss Mid-Gilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Do you enjoy a $5 back? Mother, please, may we go and play Mid-Gilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Mid-Gilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Some nameless punk, you are correct. This is, I think, because Nihon is the Japanese word for Japan. That being said, there's a long history of using that, especially American English, as a slur. So it's not surprising that when localizing it, they're doing it via this weird, slightly archaic, borderline slur. Oh, so yes, Niram. Oh, Kosik, we just got started. We've just been like getting introduced to the people, much less the case. But Niram, the judge's surprised animation is you're gonna love it. Eloquently put, Mr. Mid-Gilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send Rogers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. I've a manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. What? The jurors have a knife, alcohol, and knitting needles in the jurors' gallery. I'm sure this will be fine. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zieks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounce your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. I know! He's a Castlevania character pointed into Ace Attorney, and I adore him. Why did you have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. The prosecutor also has a sword. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. And he reads from a scroll instead of anything. Saber, but yeah. It's either a small sword or saber, not rapier. But yes, he has a sword. And we have Sword Boyfriend's sword. So, together we have swords. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Yeah, Wolfie, while you are correct that the hilt is rather complex for a small sword, on the other hand, Van Zieks is extra as shit, and if you think he wouldn't over-decorate a small sword, you are wrong. The scroll feels like he's a fucking Castlevania character, chat. So, yes, in literal, it's extremely unlikely this would actually be anachronistic, but who cares? Right, when the prosecutor just whip out a scroll and just dominate the atmosphere, why wouldn't you? The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Oh yeah, they'd be using cut sheets of paper, not a scroll at this point. Right, exactly. Van Zieks would demand a scroll, just for the aesthetic. But as you can see, he also has the autopsy report on sheets of paper. Oh, this is the Japanese special rapier. A knuckle, very deep bow, no keons, thick cross-section. Interesting. Sadly, I don't think he ever pulls out this sword. Not in this case, at least. We'll get a better look at it maybe later, though. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. My old man British accent voice is not agreeing. Anyway, we should probably take a look at these. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! There, do you see it, Niram? Niram's BRB. He didn't see the surprise. Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Mid-Gilded gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Court record. Examine. Sorry, boyfriend. Kazuma. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on a study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. It's his lawyer's badge. Autopsy report. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Yeah, that's understandable. There is in fact a knife in this man. And the leather glove. Nothing of note here. Nothing of note here. Okay. A moderate quantity of blood. That's not even soaked. That's a little bit soaked. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. Mid-Gilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was playing with a coin in his right hand a little early. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus Mid-Gilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Mid-Gilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and always succumb to it. Alright. A spicy take from Wolfie. So, Oh, Lizard, wait until he gets the... Wait until we actually get to his objection. Because he has the scariest objection possibly since Von Karma. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Yield, and so it is, and when I opened my eyes again... 'Twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. And... Ace of Spades. 7 months. Well, like 4 years, my friend. But still glad to see it's going. It's good to see you. I'm glad it's going well. Too. Look. Only a couple more months before I get to see you again. I'm very excited. It has been too long, my friend. It has been far too long. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed? Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. God, how can you not love his style? Order! 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 I cannot switch between these accents like this. I can do any of them individually, but I'm flubbing all of them in conjunction. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we'll hear testimony from these witnesses now. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Completely gratuitous. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Nope, that was Irish, not Italian. The goal is for that to be Italian because Beppo is clearly an Italian name. Brewer's Fair Play. I'm a banker in the city. My name's first. Lady first. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw? It was the last bust of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed me. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped in my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Chat. Welcome to the fact that there are like 15 different types of carriages in Victorian London, and an omnibus has a roof. It's a double-decker. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Alright, now, here's time for the spicy take. I fucking love the blend of sacral and legal spaces. Even though it's super controversial and super weird, we just got a really good look at the courtroom. So, that spicy take that I did not answer, Wolfie, right here. Because clearly, the Old Bailey is just a fucking, like, neo-Gothic cathedral. And I love it. It's great. It's objectively bonkers as hell. But I love it. And it really does favors for this entire thing. The entire vibe of the Ace Attorney game. That there is such an obsession, right? The civil equation of legal systems with God is really thematically resonant. And is just an excellent aesthetic choice on the designer's part. It looks nothing at all like the actual Old Bailey in London, but it still is cool. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight... Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. Of course Van Zieks is exclusively condescending, and Naruhodo deserves it. So... meh. Young, like every prosecutor in the tutorial of an Ace Attorney game, isn't just the worst or Winston Payne. Right? I mean, honestly, who hasn't had a character arc in an Ace Attorney game where they start off being just the worst? Edgeworth? Just the worst. Von Karma? Both of them? Just the worst. And also bringing bringing weapons of pain into courtrooms. Godo? Smarmy as fuck. This is a tradition. Oh god, Lizard. I mean, this is a great place to come in, but every prosecutor is like this. It is part of the charm of Ace Attorney that they are literally all like this. They're not all racist, but they are all start off as unnecessarily rude. What? What? Oh my god. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. How do they live like this? By losing to the Naruhodo family. Exactly, half the fun is not just finding the solution, but the feeling of, ha, take that, you smarmy jerk. God. Look. I am so excited for you to see the rest of Van Zieks' animations. Cause the Hallow Chalice, and then the bonus. If you played this game, you know what the bonus is. But I will not spoil it if you do not know. Because it is the most glorious animation on the planet, and they did not have to go that hard. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, we will see it in this stream, Wolfie. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Alright, alright. The entire fucking carriage is evidence. Let's go. Hey, chat. Roll credits. And welcome back, Neuron. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So, people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Honestly, the only way they could top this is if a full-size steam locomotive is evidence. Honestly. The skylight. Hello, skylight. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Hello. Yes, the carriage runs through Baker Street, Old Street, and the city of Westminster. Omnibus. Omnibus. I suppose we should go inside, huh? And Beppo would be sitting right here. With the two... Fair play, and first sitting on... the back thing. We unfortunately cannot turn it upside down. We cannot look underneath it. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Well? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. The Crystal Tower being, of course, not the Eiffel Tower. The thing similar to, yet lately distinct from the Eiffel Tower. So this is actually a great time to talk about World's Fairs. We'll talk about them more much later, but this actually gives us a clue as to dating, because the Parisian World Fair that, well, actually, broader introduction to World's Fair before we get to the Parisian one specifically. World's Fairs started with the, started in the 1850s. The first one actually is in London, if you know the, like, Crystal Palace, which is obviously what the Crystal Tower is based on. That's in the 1850s. It's kind of the highlight of the global Victorian period. Cities in Europe just kind of, and America, just kind of bounce around, trying to one-up each other with World's Fairs every few years, as often as they can afford them, basically. Sometimes they're themed specifically for something, sometimes they're just a broad science and technology one. Chicago has a really famous one in 1892, New York has one I believe a few years previously, but there's one in the 1880s, I think it's 83? In Paris, which is where the Eiffel Tower gets unveiled. This gives us, you know, a terminus postquem for this game, because obviously the Crystal Tower is one-upping the Eiffel Tower. No, some nameless punk. Don't go besmirching the name of 221B Baker Street. It is the grand and glorious residence of Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and I will not hear any bad words about it. Especially since it will become we live in the attic. The Great Mouse Detective was a phenomenal movie. Oh, the Crystal Tower, it's under construction. Oh, I hit the same button again. Oops. Hey, look. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. But it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Based Ryunosuke understands that women need pockets. The seat has a handle, it seems. Oh gosh, if you haven't seen The Great Mouse Detective, it's a Sherlock Holmes story, but the main villain is a rat. Sherlock Holmes is a mouse. Just incredible stuff, really. Also, it is the first use in an animated film of computer graphics imagery. It's usually said like the first Disney film to use it is Beauty and the Beast, but it's actually Great Mouse Detective, because the interior of Big Ben is CGI. And it's fucking great. Uh-huh. Please ignore that his name is Radigan. And the fact that he is twice as big as all the mice. And that his tail is bald. He's totally a mouse. Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Wait, did Black Cauldron actually... Oh! Oh, you're right. The cauldron itself is CGI, isn't it? Right, I totally forgot that they like shoehorned like a scene of CGI in the Black Cauldron. Holy shit, I haven't seen that. I mean, that movie's a mess. That movie is terrible. But good correction, Wolfie. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tubes to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow the luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it'll be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Hello, Karabachi! Yeah, but Wolfie, I love Lloyd Alexander's Chronicles of Predate. So I do feel bad for not remembering it, because I do love the source material, and I feel bad that the movie is a mess. Also, hello, blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Well. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Well, I think we've learned all we can. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nippony stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Do the thing! Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Bub. Hit yourself in the face. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, though. Of course, though. No. Boo! Can we get a boo in the chat for Nero's puns? And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for instance. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then? I have to say, the boss insists on running it every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do sometimes wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yeah, sorry to say. Oh, what do you mean by that? With it being so cold and everything, and only my making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you stay up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. Mid-Gilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mid-Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. Mid-Gilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. But out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Did I already testify to that? Or a fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My lord, completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking writ. You are... Look at how fucking foppish you are, sir. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Oh, good. There we go. A little bit of quality anti-Irish racism. Well, you can't fool me. Fire hazards! There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As a former on the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the... What is happening here? Let me see. Oh yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With, fire. Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side... Oh, sorry, wrong person. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, now I'm even more worried than I was before. What in the hell? Yeah, chat, get used to it. The court acknowledges the jury's verdicts. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. Legal hellscape, an ace attorney staple. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed at it, couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge, great knife. A grim sight, indeed. Yeah, that didn't help me at all. Can women actually do jury duty at this time? I don't think so. The women's suffrage movement is just getting on, so I don't think they could. It would be weird if they could. I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up in between streams. Well, the jury look like they're even more convinced my client did than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Mid-Gilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. Frost. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it, the very one, sir. Oh yes, the jurors can absolutely change their verdicts. They do literally all the time. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. I believe the first woman on jury duty in the UK was around 1920. That makes sense. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Also, but wait, it's obviously relevant evidence. Why was it not submitted at the beginning? Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or Mid-Gilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like a mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No! This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Look, he has flair, Lizard. Van Zieks is possibly the most stylish prosecutor. That objection is just amazing. My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. Mid-Gilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! His objection is just, it's so good. It's not as terrifying as Manfred von Karma's, but it is still very good. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of crime, filth, and riot. You're in London in 18 question mark. My dear maid, you're in London in 18 question mark. I'm afraid eliminating all traces of filth and grime is a bit of a lost cause. How do these fireballs work? Magic. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Heck. Not again. That's 4 of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what I need more than anything at the moment isn't more information. We're still very much in the dark. Although the casual inclusion of a domestic laborer whose sole characterization is that they're fastidious, or politely omitting the appalling human rights abuses of domestic service in England at this time, oh yes. Oh yes. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Well, so that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. The other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded. And then he plunged it down like this, so stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do we take it that you, too? Sorry, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though. He's drinking whiskey from a flask. I said to myself, well, I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. Gee up now, Silverblade. A reference to another Sherlock Holmes story. The finish is in sight now. Also, suggestion that he has horse gambling that. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Blues, you are correct on 2 counts. As a 3rd count, the autopsy says that there is a single stab wound. They said at the beginning that these jurors were chosen for impartiality. This man clearly has a conflict of interest. You are 100% correct, Lizard. The truth is, they got the first six people that walked by on the street and said that they were the jurors. I hate to break it to you, they are sufficiently impartial. There's a point where Vilik Borshevik is a juror, so Vilin. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with me knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Mid-Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would all have it in him to take another man's life. He is only doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that when you stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the Mid-Gilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? Hey, there actually are public libraries springing up in London in this time period. So that's great. Yes, we do not have DNA analyses yet. Sort of. We're just starting to get them. I think it's like the 1910s that we start seeing it. So we're close, but we're not quite there. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus Mid-Gilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus Mid-Gilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. And one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! Mid-Gilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that? The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus Mid-Gilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Also, yes, Shylock is anti-Semitic. You do hate to see it. Extremely British, but also, yeah, casual anti-Semitism. So, another thing that this game does excellently, and very, you can miss it if you're not at least kind of paying attention, is how immediately, right, at the start of the case, they introduced London as this sparkling, gleaming, magnificent city rising with this magnificent skyline. And they have steadily undercut it in almost every word since then. And so we're already seeing that London is not nearly as shiny as it pretends to be. And this is super good. This is another thing that I think is also pretty in line with the nostalgic Victorianism that, in my opinion, the home stories are at least partially trying to do. Right, Victorian as someplace fundamentally good, imperialism as something, right, the Queen as someone fundamentally noble, and London as ultimately a good city, albeit one with a dark underbelly. And we are immediately undercutting the steampunk fantasy Victorian era with just how garbage the elite are. And it's great. It's such a good undercutting of its own established aesthetic without rejecting it as something real and powerful, right? This fantasy Victorianism totally exists, and it makes it really easy to buy into the fantasy of the game. And then it's being far more critical of that than a lot of certainly the reception, the steampunk reception of the Victorian world is. And it will just continue down this path for the next game and a half. Good gracious. Also, Niram, do you like his wig? The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus Mid-Gilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. Mid-Gilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Van Zieks is an alcoholic. Confirmed. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Van Zieks' hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. I pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. We should take a look at this. Suppose we should also take a look at the knife. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we all look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from a great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see this name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the baker. Why is his name in here? Oh, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. That is kind of useful. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Blah 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 blah. Well, helpful. Wow. Though admittedly this one is witness to defendant, This one is witness to defendant, so that's not actually a conflict of interest. It's just kind of important information that we should probably bring up as soon as possible. In online letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded's information. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be valuable, should I think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. No, the game makes very sure you know it is in fact an M. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Well, that's not a good sign. That looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. I don't stand for nonsense. Heck. That was it. The last juror's decision. Flip, 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 flip. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict of sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
That objection! A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. He's a conservator! Van Zieks is a conservator. We know it. Any modern textbook on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So, you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. still is in the books. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It would seem that under this procedure, we'd be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what? To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, especially that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers will use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, a last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's a right, it's a right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Yeah? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying work. This seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus Mid-Gilded, guilty of this most serious crime. And we will deal with that after I use the restroom. So, enjoy the suspense of the jurors' contentions. I'll be back in a little bit. Lovely. Witchcraft apparently only recently recently got removed from the Canadian legal books as a thing you can charge someone with. I adore it. I absolutely adore it. Note, if for the most part if someone tried to assert a severely antiquated procedure, all that would really do is that the judge would go, no, you can no longer do that, and then you have precedent, so... Okay, false witchcraft. Important distinction. Anyway, the juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stopped the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the Gale. Fares is our motto. Whatever rate prices above 4 pence in years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Chat, there are a couple of problems you're noticing. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get all 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Thought I was going to have to follow their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... they've reached the conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. Practical recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Ah, backlash effect. Then what am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just siding with right about Bridger's law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Apologies, chat. I am very hungry, so I am eating mince pies in honor of it being London. They're a bit out of season though, so, Look, Susato knows everything. Susato is our brain cell. Chat, the thing is, right, Susato and Ryunosuke share a brain cell, or have collectively one brain cell, and it belongs to Susato. We must listen carefully, very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yeah, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in the statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. The double slap. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh, yes. The only thing Ryunosuke has going for him is Sword Boyfriend's sword. Susato is both the brains and the brawn. Ryunosuke just happens to have a sword. That's not even his. It's Sword Boyfriend's. The spirit of Sword Boyfriend shall protect us. Oh. Also, Yeah.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Dear, what have I said? I swear it's the Silver Blaze's maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. He has a walking animation. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why not? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. This can't be right. The coachman of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is a watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, hmm? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the cell scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. What do you have to go and... Wait till I get my eyes on you, Beppo. What? This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. There's 2. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Simply launch a ball of fire. As you do. It'll be easy. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 or more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Susato is extremely cute. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but I still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post-haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness, but they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. Well, can't you see that I'm busy here? Squeak, squeak, squeak. This is why you don't use a switchblade in court. How would you say that the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. She stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker. The prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame? Well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. True. Honestly, if I could do a Cornish accent that wasn't garbage, she would absolutely be Cornish. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but what the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. What I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Nice, you say. Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Being dead even again. The scales. I don't believe it. Look at how cool Rudowski manages to look. Wait, now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, can't listen to this man. Look at his black suit. He's clearly using some devious. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Me? What exactly is the problem? What if it is 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? Imagine you are an accomplished lawyer and a nervous wreck of a newly transferred law student with a wild-eyed look of fear stumbles along the defense, and then he keeps talking, and suddenly your clear-cut case is thrown completely off balance. I almost feel bad for AA prosecutors. Almost. What of it? Let's say the Sherlock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Sherlock stabbed him again. And that's all I saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling? Oh, why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. By the way, chat, jam session. This is one of my... The 3/4 polyrhythm is just... It's one of my favorite tracks in this game, because it's such a bop. But could the formula of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As one of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof.
Take that!
I'm pretty sure it's this. This is the victim's autopsy report. Gretel was written here. Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. I think the photo also works, because the photo shows that he still is sitting upright. But the autopsy report is better. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Oh, alright, I concede defeat. The photo actually doesn't work. Well, that's dumb. Because we know he didn't collapse on the floor. But yeah, we have the sheets of paper. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said, shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Juror 3, respectfully, what the ever-loving fuck? Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I know, right? Van Zieks is the and by the way, chat, it is Van Zieks, not just Zieks. But yes, he is both literally desaturated, and also, he might possibly be the sanest person in this courtroom at the time being. Is number 3 a Sweeney Todd reference? Yeah. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. No, they're also crazy. Remember, Lizard, one of them was to clean all the filth in London. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, heck, it may seem crash to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh my god, dramatic cave throw! Oh, yes sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Yes sir, I heard it. You sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. I love him. He's terrible, but I love him. Ace Attorney is working its magic upon you. You can't not love them. They're dumb. They're dumb as a box of bricks. They're awful, but you love them all. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's Summation Examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but well, everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He feels it's all fair, and then I saw the blood curdling side as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mid-Gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger, conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Bravo! Explain yourself! Oh, I'm terribly sorry, guild bastard. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. I don't understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Bappo, a disgrace. And your self-actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may say, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. But? So, there were only 4 passengers in the carriage, but you didn't charge them to stand 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's just impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It's so cold, all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself there. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the bus that night. Then we would have another suspect. Well, everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Nay.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the jet was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the moment at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's why I looked through the glass. That's why I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So, you saw the defendant, Mr. Mid-Gilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as of yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jazzed with me. Wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the victim allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose, but might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seat on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head. No. Struth? I suppose I did actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Excuse me.
Beppo's cold. Beppo just needs a hot drink. Did you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could you have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Once you spent your time peeping through the skylight on the top of an octopus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, Harvey, now. I don't know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Please do tell us. Walking stick. It's a walking stick, dear. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying on a little thick, but anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. You saw them from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This makes his last statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to its end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. No, this one is just a cane bust, dude. No swords involved. It happens. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Based on what we've seen so far, all opponents are swords and still proven otherwise. I mean, that's fair. Maybe, but you can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, or tutorializing you if you haven't figured out, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? These are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Mid-Gilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes. Right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-coloured stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! Ah! Chomp, chomp, chomp. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Ah! But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then? Ah! That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means that there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Ah! Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. Hey, jokes. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruto, if you had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. However, something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. My lord! Lizard, we're on the same page. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. Mid-Gilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of the debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Mid-Gilded were to be found guilty of murder. What will become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, with the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Oh, motherfucker, it is 420 shillings. Motherfucker. Magnus Mid-Gilded. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Yeah! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Crunch. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mid-Gilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think... Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? 2 of the 3 witnesses have been implicated in crimes within the space of the testimony. It is quite impressive, isn't it? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did or what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah. No. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Also, if Mid-Gilded actually has an estate, that also matters as to whether or not the debt was simply passed on to the estate. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. We'll call him as a witness later, Niram. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence, it's tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Was the attacker in the trunk? Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Bonus points. They witnessed a completely different murder.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. 102. The salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try and downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, it's a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you had to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? It's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back, but there's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? Oh, banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw this too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say, only would Mr. Mid-Gilded's gloves have any signs of blood on it? That's right. Thing is, as far as I can remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. Mid-Gilded sitting beside the other fella, I don't think he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. I saw blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark color stayed on the dark leather gloves, but it wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. Mid-Gilded's gloves' hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. Van Zieks, you just gave us the ammunition. You didn't see anything? Oh, yeah, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me for me to make up stories and to say I saw someone stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating. Well, I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either. No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo? Yeah. Anyway, the fact remains blah blah blah. And everything you saw on the internet was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can show you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. It's precisely what I can tell you with absolute confidence. If there was anyone else at all in the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylights? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus? And witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of this crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra customer could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rears of seats on the floor face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as if drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhoyo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. More wine. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the honest cabin that was obscured from view was... in a case in his office, my name is Yo. We'll see it eventually. The passenger in the closed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded. Mr. Mid-Gilded? What are you talking about? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Boom! Right into the brazier. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord van Zieks, people talk of those tiny island nations of the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. Mid-Gilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove, gory something or other. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and they couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gentlemen most certainly had it. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. What particular styles of hats do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? Another spicy take. Another spicy take, Chad. Oh boy. I'm not really I see the spice. Gee. Don't worry, this gives me time for my voice to recover before I have to voice Gina Lestrade. Thinking. Christ. I honestly don't have one off the top of my head. Is a Hydra there the more likely has mercury poisoning? Yeah. And a compliment. Oh, Lizard. We will never get... We have not seen Barok van Zieks' most excellent animation yet. We have watched him smash his Howard Chalice into itty bitty teeny tiny pieces. We have watched him hurl it into the fire. We have 2 more animations left for Van Zieks, and they are both even better. But the compliment is actually that the game is immediately doing a better job on diversity than we feared. In that, notice Beppo is Italian, and one of the jury members is, well, thoroughly British, but is also a person of color. Right, juror number 5 is a British person of color, and while their accents are even worse than my accents, and therefore we can't actually say from where in the Empire they are, it does suggest that they are, perhaps their family had moved from it, or... Yeah, I'm gonna say moved and not keep track of the potential reasons why, but that they had moved from a colony at some point earlier in the period. So, it's honestly great. So technically Barok van Zieks is just, like, purebred English, but, like, he's educated in England, but you were correct. If we have to place him somewhere, he's Austro-Hungarian, not Transylvanian. As the Van would suggest, you know, that very... Technically it should be Von, but... Still, a very Austro-Hungarian family name. It does, yeah. Van would be technically Dutch, or North German. But, right, I think more importantly, he is just an extremely extravagant, vaguely military style to be a vampire. Oh, what? Sorry, chat, can you guys see the... Yes, you can. Ah, crap. How can you be sure? Chat, you can see the cursor on screen. On what planet is this not a cross? Chat, please. I'll leave it to the fashion historians to actually, like, pinpoint where this is, though, because that's not me. I do like the, like, bow arts, like, neoclassic... Oh, you guys can't even see the Corinthian column. Peace. I have a Corinthian column. Look at that embedded gold-braced Corinthian column. What an excellent over-the-top, like, pseudo-baroque, pseudo-bow arts style. Absolutely incredible. Incredible stuff. Alright, Blues. Have a good night. Anyway, I need more spice. I need more good spicy takes. Well, to do that, let's talk more about received Victorianism. Because, right, I'm being very careful in how I describe this, because while we've mentioned a few things about the period, you know, the fact that it's filthy as shit, the mercury poisoning for hatters, because they use that to, like, buff the felt on the hats, the immigration problems, the horrible racism, the fact that they're all wearing wigs, a whole bunch of stuff there. Zeeks is a Japanese pun. This is helpful, Origami Bowfrog. Thank you for letting us know. Do love it. You'll love to see the puns coming out of Ace Attorney. Again. So. The thing is, right, all of those discussions of the historical, also like World's Fairs and all that stuff, and their role in the Victorian period. We'll talk more about those in a long time. But I'm being very careful when describing it in the context of this game, because this game is not actually, like, doing Victorian history, right? I've called it Steampunk Victorianism. And this is modeled off of the idea of medievalism, the idea that there is a Middle Ages, and then there's the reception of it, right? A medievalist fantasy is a fantasy that pretends to be in the Middle Ages or adopts aesthetics from the Middle Ages. This is a Victorianist fantasy that's adopting elements from it, and it does that for very specific reasons, and it has very specific effects, while allowing it a much more leeway to be kinda goofy. And so as such, right, the Spices, I think that this is a really good way to do it, because it doesn't just fall prey to, wow, steampunk is so cool. It's just... it's being, honestly, incredibly thoughtful in its adaptational choices, in a way that really works for me. Oh, so Banji Kyusu Van Zieks. So, it means something like it's all over. Neat. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation? That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? I mean, that's actually true, right? They just said that. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the closed cabin of the Olympus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Mid-Gilded would have been unaware of it. He was asleep, according to him. Or, there's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. Mid-Gilded, to the stand? Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus Mid-Gilded is now an educated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. Mid-Gilded to testify, or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. Mid-Gilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. And this dude, with 2 more Tier 1 gift subs, thank you so much. Big hype. I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. Mid-Gilded has to say. Grab the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something he's doing, get it done. That's why I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron, my favourite little punk, has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must testify. Very well, the court will hear the defense and his testimony. Bailiff, show the man to the stand at once. Alright, we get to more of Mr. Mid-Gilded. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. No, Niram. Why are police statements never ever submitted as evidence? Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. Mid-Gilded. Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters once the court decides to hear from you. First, whether or not there was a third party in you in the Olympus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? But God, no, it's not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is I've been desperate about this all along. Did I tell you so or keep your mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. Mid-Gilded? The fine fellow that represented me is absolutely right. In the carriage at the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You what? No, Magnus Mid-Gilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? What, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have brought her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That... I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I've never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Ah! Smoke! Ah! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! I can't see anything through all the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Smoke in a hall of pyromancers? Perish the thought. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Alright, chat. I need to get more tea, so we'll be back in a moment here on our to be continued screen. Give me a couple minutes. We're only halfway through. I'm not going to go through another voice acting without tea with honey in it. I'm sorry. We'll be back soon. This didn't happen to be a Bay Street regular. Well. You're not wrong, but you're not quite right either. We'll find out real soon. does Sherlock Holmes have a crippling opium addiction? This game is rated, I think it's T, so no. No, he does not. He does have a severe stimulation problem, though. By the way, chat, while we're on our in-between things, I'm taking a break. The honey I'm using, I actually just got in today. It's actually a friend actually sent me honey from his hives that he has. Alright, Kyra, have a good night. So, it is delicious. It is unbelievably delicious. You need to check on your hive? You know, you should check on your hive. Make sure it's doing okay. It's important. And yes, Kosek, you almost certainly have heard about this character. And my voice, pray for my voice. You should get local honey. Yeah. If you can get local honey, it's always worth getting like homemade or truly local small farm honey because it is so much better. It is so much tastier. And I know because I've had this tea when I visited them. It goes in tea phenomenally. But I'm hearing the alarm, which means the tea is ready. So, or the hot water is ready for the tea. So we'll be back in just a moment. I mean, this one also goes well with Earl Grey. This honey goes. You could put honey in coffee. You can put honey in coffee, Solaria. It won't work with every coffee, but something like a darker roast, I think that would work really tasty with. Drink black lemon tea, black orange tree, or Earl Grey. I've got Earl Grey brewing right now, and I'm going to put honey in that. And it's going to work great, but if you can get like a actual like honey tea, it's incredible. But you know, lemon with honey in it, amazing. If you have like a ginger, any tea with ginger in it, honey's going to go amazingly with that. It's good. What did it just happen in there? Mr. Naruto, I managed to find out what happened. Mr. Susato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Yes, we got smoke. We are all out here playing Ace Attorney. Gina Lestrade is out here playing Counter-Strike. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Ryunosuke, you know better than this. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. Mid-Gilded was just talking about? A burnt honey chai, KJ? Oh my god, that sounds incredible. My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. Mid-Gilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. Oh, true. Right. That's fair. He should... We are solidly into Meiji forgetting about the historical reality of ninjas. So, as Niram helpfully corrects me, the Iga Museum opens up in the early 1890s in Japan, which means that the idea of the ninja, which by the way mostly comes from stage plays, ends up becoming really popular in Japanese consciousness. So, it's actually totally plausible that Ryunosuke might be like, yeah, ninjas, those are a thing. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what is she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers tonight at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, can we proceed into the courtroom? Oi, what's all this then? The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Zato. Yes! Tea. She thick, chat. Nope, there it is. She real thick. Where is it? There you go. Not my best decision ever, but worth. Very worth. It's from Czechia. So, no idea what flowers are blooming, but I know it is wildflowers from a hive on my friend's property. I won't give a whole lot more information with that without permission. I also don't know a whole lot more information than that. God, that feels so good on my throat. Alright. Now, who's ready for me to have to bounce between Irish and Cockney for the entire time? Chat, are you ready for the voice acting disaster of a lifetime? I can't do Cockney at the best of times. There's the young girl next to Mr. Mid-Gilded. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded. Now then, Lord van Zieks. My lord, I believe you established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What's in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. By the way, Well, let's open the door and the scene of a murder is horrible. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view onto the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so those can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Well, what's all this then? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? This seat has a handle, it seems. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. And now occupies the stat. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. Mid-Gilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. Mid-Gilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then beggar a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I tried to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Van Zieks too cool for words or looking at the witnesses.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The captain was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. Talk about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course I enjoyed gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then Beggarah.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So, you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well, now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When just woke me and opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was just done by the desperate sight before my eyes. You set him up? The victim, you mean? Chad, I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see this poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Oh, Barok van Zieks. Now why would that be? You wake to find a person lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail a cabman. Any upstanding member of London society. Yeah, he's a JoJo character. Roll with it. Well now, as you know, I've been something about a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try where all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you're just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had to mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Niram, you appall me. Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Would your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream that he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing, the wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruto, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This will be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. Our eyes met well. My heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her off from under there and sat her on the seat opposite to have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking out through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and a gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. Mid-Gilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. Boo! Can we get another boo for Niram and the puns? I mean, 'tis a great and glorious Ace Attorney tradition, but you're chin wagging. It is certainly plausible. The event is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course. With that scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Was commonly called a pickpocket. You can't shame me, you have a doctor's note. Well, I can't argue with that. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Gina! Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Ah, The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What's the point of that little size? I know what you lot are thinking, Gramps are all the same. This dirty little dipper you say slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. Yeah. Nice. Doesn't even flinch. He has set a grand and glorious precedent for his descendant, Ryoichi, to get hit with a toupee and coffee, and not even blink about it. Bless these chaos gremlins. Bless the sheer chaos that Gina Lestrade brings to the court. Look, noise for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? And this? Yeah, this was in a buyer lifted the other day. Now they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus in the night in question. She's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah, it's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, yeah, I have to. Oh, you don't think this is the character you heard about? Alright. So, I snuck inside the carriage just before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch and bare. But after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped on me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that, this swell heard me. It did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I have failed to understand why you would let this little street urchin go, Mr. Mid-Gilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? I wasn't sure that before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her that, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself that the young life was ruined, but all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness, what a perfect gentleman! My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. 5. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. And 6. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually leaning towards a verdict of not guilty? Miss Naruto, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've... won? Are you sure? No. Look at it! Oh, look. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord, the evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Mid-Gilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? He placed his legs on the counter. He wasn't going to set down his wine glass. Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? Well, the carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, this young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. This is on an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel, what do you have to say? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? Chat, did we look? Do you remember? Did we look? Are we morons? Don't answer that. That may not have anything to do with the previous statement. Your call's looking and it wasn't empty. And it was thick? It was thick. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Be whist. What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why don't you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state the facts that I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. Mid-Gilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. Now the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Why do you feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. Our compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the day in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That Moneyland fleece or the pick purse are lying. Yeah. Well, being on the side of truth is just going great for us, isn't it? I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Quite so, I must concur here. You've just changed. Your logic has led you to 3 different conclusions in 20 minutes. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel, but before I proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Thank you, Brock. Cross-examination. What the girl saw.
Hold it!
Just like always? So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining— I didn't even say anything, Judge. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of affairs and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece made the 20 to which the captain testified. And what little scapegrace riding for free. The rare conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's why I slipped into the carriage to get myself in under the seat. Nicely easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in that, sure. I always chuckle out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I got eye under the seat. That's all I can tell ya. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
Everyone loves Gina. Gina is best girl. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, I'm only earning the gold permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say gold permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what I can call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, ain't normal and the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it, only that night. This guy was trying to rob me, see, from the start. I didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on to find your child now, do ya? So this Mr. Strong can possibly be the culprit then?
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a drop. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look at the crack. I can have a butcher's at what I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you said you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seagull there ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to Piggy Bill's pockets in the oven then? I say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick it out under there, nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And do you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right, and I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, Gil, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? I have no idea whose accent that was supposed to be. Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick push as well while I had the chance, did I? The Irishman was setting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. Mid-Gilded's account, of course. But then, the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I stunk back down again, but it's too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
And when Mr. Mid-Gilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff I would. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, that bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both their hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. Mid-Gilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name. What I was up to and that. I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the top deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I did look up. Then the horses were drawn Spanish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent, for one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, sure we could clinch the verdict we wanted. Yes, I think you're right. Oh, there's this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't put my fingers quite on it. Alright, let's take a look at the... Let's take a look at what we've actually got. We've got this. Can't do much with that. Can't do a ton with that. I don't think there's anything that's changed in here. Actually, I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. You can certainly see inside this carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses will be able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Gina never had a knife in her hand. Quick, I'm just gonna quick rack my memory, don't mind me. I really should remember this. Like, honestly. I thought I pressed every testimony.
Hold it!
Not a shot. Blah 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 blah. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. There it is.
No.
There it is.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Mid-Gilded? Oh, I do apologize, but there's something the matter, Counsel. I'm just wondering if Mr. Strauss's comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for their poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness makes like everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Mr. Strahd, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Oh, but Jabers, there's no need to tell the whole world to be foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Mr. Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. My lord, I believe the statement made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Another spicy take. Y'all are killing me here. I don't have that much spice in me. So, I mean, let's just get a quality. Let's just get a quality. Do you see this shit, Edward Said? And then a compliment. The compliment's a bit easier, which is to say, I really freaking like Gina. I really like Gina. Right, as a stand-in for a large number of people and like Sherlock Holmes's entire network of urchins, she actually is really, really well done, and is a really compelling character in her own right. But, I don't know, we need something spicy. The problem is I don't have a lot of historical spice here, because I don't know a ton about the period in order to go full spicy in my interpretations. Oh jeez, Wolfie, and 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Jesus. Thank you very much. I mean, right, because I was so spicy that the sheer incompetence of the jury is accurate, but that's not, or is way too historically accurate for my liking, but that's not spicy, that's just true. I'm getting more sugar in order to think of something spicy, maybe. I don't know, the problem is we've been sitting in court the whole time, and that not a whole lot new has happened. So I'll just give a spicy Ace Attorney, just a random spicy Ace Attorney take of that I think Van Zieks is the best prosecutor. Hey! Dante, thank you. And thank you for thanking Wolfie for the gift sub. Welcome. Good to see you. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. Well, Superman, what are you all about? Don't give me a little fancy talk, I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. Well, let's press this first. I was trying my ears to work out what was going on, but look at they were snoring. So, you was trying to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just put the cushion up and have a butcher to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell get on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. Mid-Gilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, were you Adam and Eve? What a mug. By the way, Chad, if you don't know, what she's doing is a relatively simple version of what's known as rhyming slang. Something that's really, really popular, like a stereotypical working class Cockney, that, as far as I'm aware, emerges in the Victorian period, but continues to be honestly continues to be popular to this day. So Adam and Eve it is, would you believe it? I think there was another case. I think a butcher's for having a peak is, I believe, a simple, right, there's a second part, it's a butcher's something, and that something rhymes with look. Yeah, it's a butcher's hook. I'm pretty sure the full thing is have a butcher's hook at it, and the butcher's hook is a look. And therefore it's just a butcher's. And it is wild. It is one of the wildest bits of slang that I think there is. And so this is a relatively simple instance of it, but it's still something that, right, given that she is supposed to stand in for a whole lot of people, if we're honest, the fact that they're making her go full Cockney in a game that otherwise really doesn't have it is pretty great. Pretty great. So then all I could do was... Then all I could do, that's a typo, then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of that as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped in that, I never had the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market. It's not like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Mr. Strad, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Mid-Gilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is the style of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got all the drive was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. Mid-Gilded. Tad it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Yo! It's Ninthbit. Thank you for the tiny raid. Welcome to all 6 of you. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. I appreciate you coming in. Welcome. Make yourselves at home. Make yourselves at home. It's Ninthbit. You are correct. I cannot read. Look. I have been reading this text. Reading this text is too hard. Ninthbit. Hello. Good to see you. Call up the Fiat. Or something. I don't know. They seem like a pleasant raiders. We might just join them. To everyone here, and you new people, welcome. If you don't know, I am a actual trained historian, especially in the Middle Ages, but that's okay. But we're playing Grey's Attorney and chatting some history, about the Victorian era, steampunk reception, all that jazz. It's a great time. So, I appreciate you all coming in. Make yourselves at home, chat. And it's more fun when we're all talking, so say hi. Also, I'm trying to do voice acting. It's going mediocrely. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. It was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Went for this well to leave. Yeah! Grey's Attorney made the baffling or the incredible improvement of having more than one person on the witness stand at once. It's incredible. We also have a jury. The jury's all morons, but we have juries. And this dude with 2 more gifted subs. Ninthbit, you have access to 19 emotes taken from medieval and modern manuscript art. Enjoy the very dumb faces that real people drew. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Mr. Strong's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah. Yes, this petty thief statement was clearly flawed. Lord van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. And most importantly, we have the famous Herlock Sholmes. We do certainly have that. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. By impeccably, I mean completely impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths. Nothing more. Oh yes, Wolfie. Sholmes will return in this case yet. And yes, that is the prosecutor. He is Barok van Zieks, also known as Dracula. What? Wait, why did you do that? Sure, 6. The juror is very pretty, though. Not long. Not long. We have about, I think, three more sections in the case. We're getting close to the end. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, there's a handful of more presentings, like 3 more testimonies, and then we're done. Yeah, she didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, I must say. I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. You do realize she's not on trial, right? You are all morons! Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Yeah! Just how I like the prosecutors, extra smug. Yeah, what are you playing at? Have you gotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is carnage, it's perfect! Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going. I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Gilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
They have anime wind powers. Lizard, if you watch the Ace Attorney anime, you know that they have magic wind powers and they blast each other. Yes, the witness's last statement appears to have seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Oh yeah, there's an anime that covers pretty much the first game and Trials and Tribulations and like a bit of Justice for All. It does like turn about Big Top, but it doesn't have the good case in Justice for All. Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever you mean. Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in the question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? This game would make us killer anime. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you'll come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brain theory? Both Miss Mid-Gilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Now, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. I mean, mood. Honestly, a mood. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but Might the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. Mid-Gilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened, which is not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. She's zooming, chat. She's typing a typing legend. You made the wall. She stuck the knife into her mouth. Or yeah. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You roar, is that you roar? What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. So will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a sage gentleman and a well-respected banker. I'm me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that only me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you rotten scoundrel. He's the mercury poisoning sure do be getting to him, doesn't? Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. Well, this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend is seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British course of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it's rushed to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that half, and the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We obviously married through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Honorio? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. So this case just went off the rails real fucking fast. Oh, no, of course not. Mid-Gilded's immune to all things. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Oh, my lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're also sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Niram, it's also ladies first. For the other one. But yes, I could also see Bruce at first embrace, or first and second. I could see that also being a pun. The puns work on numerous levels, but then again, you are the pun master here, not me. Oh, I must say, on listening to this testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine. Now, either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop act without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. Why isn't I telling you? Then logically, of course, the argument falls down to the two of you were in conclusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses shared no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers anymore than I trust the stinking wretch. Juror number 3 is based anti-cop. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Sorry, chat, we're going to try and be efficient here before things get painful. Where are we? Trace. Let's press this one. Being efficient. Juror 3 says ACAB. Is with a heavy heart that you must say Gina is not best girl? Dessert. It is a wound. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? That's only because Susato was best girl. You know, valid. We stand. Though you haven't also met the third candidate for best girl. There is a third candidate that we have not met yet. The skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is, of course, the fellow decides to miss days and can lightly break through, it's still in all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now go on there, the size of the thing means nothing. You understand, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was trying the honors on an occasion when, well, I broke it loudly. I shocked myself with it outside. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge, the stench was terrible. Everyone's looking daggers at me, sir. I was just red as a rouge as I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir, the point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of ship. That ain't...
Excuse me.
That ain't what? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Mr. Lestrade! It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Chunk. 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 Boop. All those skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Always my broke pen. You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Well, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. I had a great haul. I mean, I burst come out my ears. Mr. Straw, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last boat's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surround me, so I couldn't up off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the skylight's on the top side, that's why you can't open it from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up on the roof of the Olympus once and verify this witness's claims. How do they not know this? I sure do. Ah, where's my hat? See? Fucking slides open. It's not even a proper, like, hinged latch. It should be a hinged latch. This one fucking slides. So, it appears that this little street girl statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruto, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Will counsel for defense please continue with the cross-examination? Yes, my lord. We should investigate for ourselves, I suppose. Open! So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the cache has been done, we should be able to open it. Yep, yep. Well, well, well. What do you have there? That'll be the seed. No, that's the seed. Heck. Give it to me. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure that witnesses will have been able to see quite clearly. Come on, give it to me. You can clearly see the bloodstain on it. Fine, we'll go inside the thing and then we'll look up. Be that way. Well, well, well. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to give someone like you through, sailing, Mr. Naruto. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here, look at this! That's... without question. Oh, that's... without question. It's blood! Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? We got baited by hitboxes really hard there.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom? I mean, the game is great, Nightbit. We are nearing the end of this case, where things have gone very far off the rails. There's blood on the window of the skylight. Something very fucky is going on here. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Well, well, well.
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. Mid-Gilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Yeah. Now, chat. There was no bloodstain on the floor when we examined it ourselves at the beginning of this trial. Order! 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 But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And he only found his way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight cache can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But what? There's no way to know for certain that the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be. It's all lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can agree there's clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they felt they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? She's zooming. Type pistol entry. I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. I always knew that nice gentleman could have done something park. The carriage itself is bleeding on my own. On three then. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Objection! What? Chilling performance, Mr. Mid-Gilded. Oh, I watch you be referring to there now, Barok van Zieks. Bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's their fault to see, and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But, are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this course has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from prosecutor your standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus Mid-Gilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Mid-Gilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, in a case you're involved with, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. Mid-Gilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say, it just also sounds like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. To build on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if you will cast your minds back, there's no truth that the omnibus that has been in the courtroom the entire time. How can anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world that his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true, the omnibus has been full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's your opinion in this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Japanese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. The ninja. Mercy recess, blah 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 blah. Flashbacks to 5 minutes ago. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. The bailiff is sus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. The plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Did the defendant actually do it? A great question. Unfortunately, Lord van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your crimes, because apparently the police report fucking sucks. Like, honestly, we've heard the police report mentioned more than once. Apparently it's just garbage and Scotland Yard did nothing of value. But it's true. When the omnibus was first built out, both the storage compartment and the skylight was shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we can't establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. No, we can check that. It still is number 418. This was the number that it was at the beginning. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, better wash your back. Silence, Mid-Gilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging it one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during this trial? Got it! If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, we would almost certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said, although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. Sorry, I skipped the line. I believe the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence, but if the question is whether the defense is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. You hear Liam O'Brien? Yeah, I can see that. Ah! This trial is over. Mr. Mid-Gilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ya! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord van Zieks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. The police report was apparently fucking useless, by the way, chat. I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every potential avenue on the matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. Mid-Gilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Chat, what do you think? Is he innocent or is he not innocent? You feel dirty even looking at the choice. Sus as fuck. Yeah? Chat? Legally obliged to defend your client to the best of your ability. We do have a legal obligation. But... you save scum? Good thing I've already beaten this game. Do you think he's innocent? Mainly because of how sus he is. Right, 100 in the clock, which is more if we pursue more fairly if we pursue truth rather than victory. We've currently got 2 for innocent and 1 for guilty. Chat, last call. If you are throwing a vote in, guilty or not guilty. I've heard of many cases where the lawyer's opinion of the case put their own client wrongly behind the bars. Yeah. The game wants us to pick the second choice. Guilty. We're dead even. Come on. Chat, the drama. We're milking it. Could be guilty, the evidence needs to be explored further. Yes, Lizard, I did count yours for guilty. A true lawyer believes in their defendant to the end. Now guys, now we're just even again. Guilty pulled ahead for a moment and then Ninth Bit came in and said, not guilty again. A dead heat. Chat, I will give you a spoiler. The choice doesn't matter. Either one ends the trial in the same way. As Mr. Mid-Gilded's legal representative, I can't breathe. The air here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I love it. We got a dead 50-50 split in chat on whether he's innocent or not. I believe the defendant, Magnus Mid-Gilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Thank you, counsel. Just chug it. Chug the wine, Van Zieks. You need it. Here's to you, my Japanese friend, and the most abject closing I have yet to hear in a court of law. Order! Order! Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision! You say one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Duh. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? This just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. This trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did you put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship will be fuming, and the unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Type. A stinking ritual is guilty of something, you mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the blood in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord van Zieks. My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed. Plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When we evacuate from the courtroom, the Lord van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to confer judgment. What? Well, Lord van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fella, couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me there's a grand waste of time? Just the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue the matter further, you can also go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus Mid-Gilded. Good grief, you've brought to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus Mid-Gilded, not guilty. Watch this shit. They set off fucking fireworks inside the Cathedral Bailey thing. I actually have, I believe double jeopardy laws are in effect, because they're part of English common law that get put into the Bill of Rights, so I believe they're already in place in the 18th century, certainly by the late 19th. With the courtroom in pandemonium, for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Thank God this is almost over. My throat is killing me. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. To you, Mr. Zato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to attain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to defend to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. Mid-Gilded. And that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About these 6 enormous fireworks that you've been letting off when the verdict was not guilty. I'm sure you've also seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. Not sure he really did anything. Well, I don't know what you're saying, fella. I didn't walk out there a free man then. I don't think it was so much to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I'll say you had you straight in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. There's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Miss Mid-Gilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh, aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absolute deed. Just grant, is it not? I suppose it is. Not the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do befriended a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I can't possibly accept that much. I'd rather be missed. You're humble people from yet from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this still at all. You deserve a reward. Why? No. 1,000 guineas is a lot of money. He could have just said yes. Mr. What's all this? I'm just Mid-Gilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? It is sooner than I would like to believe. Or it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. Just time for your inspection. Sorry? Which inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus against Lord Holt. I thought I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. Because I'm an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. Just a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, party well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Yeah, well, with the power of having read the script, it would have been a fine thing to do, Lizard. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Chunk, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6. So 5 whole seconds to do this. Don't move. What else I want to say? Get a move on. It really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strahd, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry? I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. Well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor. Well, normal smoke grenade launchers are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shy and smoke, it can at least be a pretty colour, I thought to myself. Do we have to try to smoke, though, at all? I just took my nose off it for a minute whilst I was changing it to a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fit it with a telegraphic beacon. A what's it now? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you'll come with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. Well, you mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong, such as surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come on, then, follow me. I love that she's got a fucking bazooka. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you wanted to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure she wants to knock a shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. Just knew how we arrived in London that we had to rush here. All the travelling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally going to spend the day in search of lodgings, but at this later in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. Fuck sounds the worst, I've a lovely park where we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of Mid-Gilded Park. It would be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see her through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. Mid-Gilded down. About 1,000 guineas would pay for a lovely warm room, or mansion. The tears. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the side tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Sad baby eyes.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Hello, Javier. You came in right near the end.
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Oh god, he's even more than I thought. Alright, well, good to know we need to fix the judge's voice for it to be way more. And that marks the end of Case 3 of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We covered a lot of ground. I mean, we covered a lot of ground. A bit of talk about, like, Victorianism, a bit of talk about transport, and the fact that they could use the tube. And a very disturbing trial. Chat. Poll. We're gonna set up a poll here real quick. Did Mr. Mid-Gilded do it? We also met a handful of characters that we're going to see over and over and over and over and over again. And Chad is now arguing over whether Gina or Susato is better. Alright, thank you, Neon, for doing the conversion. If we use £1,900, the 1,000 guineas that Mid-Gilded offered comes out to 143,563 quid. That's alright. That's a fair bit of cash. Also, yeah, it is known all the characters in this game are great. Even the character we saw for 7 seconds at the end there. You don't think he did it? Pretty sure that there's more going on. Look, as long as we concede that Sword Boyfriend is still the best ship, I don't care. All of the above are valid, as long as Sword Boyfriend is still best ship. For a lawyer for murder trial, I think it'd be on par for a Western justice system when offers discovery and offer prior trial services. Also, you actually think Mid-Gilded was covering something up? Incredible. Love it. Chat, this is the ideal outcome. The final results are a 50-50 split. Magnificent. Exactly what we want. We'll find out. We'll find out eventually. But first, we'll need a detour into, next time, what fucking year does this game take place in? That's gonna be the question of the stream next time, and the answer will be... We're gonna compile some evidence. Present our cases. Or something. Until then, though, to everyone who stopped by, either just for a little while or for the whole thing, thank you. I'm very glad you were here. Special thanks to our patrons who made these streams possible. If you want to join, help support the channel, you can do so for as little as $2 a month over by patreon.com/LeoHistory. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, link is in the description. Until next time, which is actually going to be tomorrow. It's going to be Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh no, we just did Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's going to be Historians versus New World tomorrow. And we're finally going to talk about Ebonscale Reach, which means to say China. It's great. So, until then, I hope you all have a good rest of your evenings, and we will see you tomorrow, alright? Good night, everyone.